Meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. As was the case with our meeting in August, this meeting will be a hybrid format with Vice Chancellor Michael Lewis and Chancellor Mitchell attending on video conference. As a reminder for those attending on video conference, please take this time to mute your line and unmute when you need to speak. President Hawkins, President Skubinek, President Rice Spearman, and President Lang, will you please present your introductions and recognitions?
Chairman Huckabee and the Board of Regents, I'm pleased to introduce Kristen Kirkpatrick, who is a junior poli-sci major with an application and an aspiration to attend law school. And if she's smart, when she comes up here, she'll tell us at Texas Tech that she wants to be here. She's a graduate, though, of Abilene Wiley, and has been on the dean's list multiple times. I also want to introduce Bradley Floyd, who is a junior majoring in communications and marketing. He's a graduate of Wall High School, and he's been on the dean's list his entire time. And both are homecoming queen and king candidates.
Wow.
They are the president and vice president of our SGA.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome. President Skubinek.
Chairman Huckabee, I have 3 introductions this morning. First, I'd like to introduce Jamie Hansard. Jamie was appointed Vice President for Enrollment Management last March, but she's had a 13-year career at Texas Tech. You may have seen in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, they announced that nationwide enrollment of all undergraduates is down 4%. For freshmen, it's down 16%. At Texas Tech, our overall enrollment went up 4%, freshmen 6%, and Jamie and her team bear the greatest amount of credit for making that possible. Last August, when we had a retreat, this board instructed us to enhance our marketing and our communication. She took that to heart and led that effort. And I conferred with her this morning to make sure these numbers are correct because they seem somewhat unbelievable. But in this current year, her office, as they recruited this class, issued more than 5 million electronic communications to prospective students and applicants. More than 500,000 pieces of printed material went out to these applicants and students, and they held 500 virtual events inviting parents and those students. And I believe that is in large part what helped us to attain that enrollment, as well as the brand and the value of Texas Tech. Jamie brings a very analytical and organized philosophy to that office. She has a wonderful team. And what I've said here doesn't do sufficient credit to her, but we are so fortunate to have someone of her skill in that office. Thank you, Jamie. Next, I'd like to introduce Shannon Venencia. She is our new Director of Student Financial Aid and Scholarships. She came to Texas Tech in August of 2019 from the University of Connecticut. She works very closely with Jamie as well as with our CFO, Noelle Sloan. In this past year, she oversaw the distribution of more than $340 million of aid to students. And in particular, they issued more than $170 million of grants and scholarship. That is up from $128 million for fiscal year 16. In that 5-year period, through their efforts to provide financial literacy and working with students, they have reduced the amount of annual borrowing by $15 million. Just a few other things that Shannon has helped to achieve. This year we had 72 National Merit Scholars enrolled on campus. 5 years ago it was 7. We had more than 3,900 presidential scholars. She helps organize, along with Jamie, the support for those. In 16, we had about 1,700. So Shannon and Jamie are a very dynamic team, extremely qualified and professional. And again, Shannon, we're so glad to have you here. And
sound your hearing and puts it in my hearing aid.
And finally, I'm going to introduce someone who really needs no introduction, Coach Krista Gerlich. So, Krista Gerlich, as you may recall, was the key member of that NCAA National Championship. She has some other people helping her. But it's so wonderful to have her back in the Red Raider family. She was a native of Spearman. She knows West Texas. She understands Lady Raider culture and West Texas and Texas Tech culture. When she was here, she was a 3-time All-Southwest Conference honoree, and she is also in the all-time Southwest Conference team. She spent the previous 7 years at the University of Texas at Arlington, where she left that school as the all-time winningest coach in school history. Before that, she was at West Texas A&M, where she compiled a 168-53 record that included 4 consecutive Lone Star Conference South Division titles. When Coach Gerlich was hired at her press conference, she said, I am an example that of good things that can happen in 2020, and her coming to Texas Tech is a wonderful example of good things. Coach, we're so glad to have you here.
Good morning, Chairman Huckabee and Regents. It really is a great pleasure for me today to present our Grover E. Murray Professorship. So Dr. Stephen Burke, would you please stand? Dr. Burke joined the renowned list with 12 other HSC faculty members who have earned this prestigious appointment. Dr. Burke's appointment was approved by the System Regents in August, and the Grover Murray Professorship appointment is intended for HSC faculty members who have attained national and international distinction in their fields for outstanding research, excellence in scholarship, and creative achievement. The professorship is named in honor of Grover E. Murray, the first president of the HSC, and it's also our distinct honor to have Miss Sally Murray present today. Sally, would you please stand? And Sally is the wife of the late Grover E. Murray, the first president, and the namesake for our highest honor. And so, Sally, thank you so much. It's very special for us to have you here today. So if you'll indulge me while I share some of the achievements of Dr. Burke, we are so fortunate to have him. He has the title of Laureate in Medicine bestowed by the American College of Physicians. He is selected for membership in Phi Beta Kappa, Alpha Omega Alpha, and Sigma Chi. He's been elected to the National Board for Alpha Omega Alpha in 1999. His memoir, Anatomy of Kidnapping, published in 2006 by the Texas Tech Press, received the 2011 Ford Review's Book of the Year Award. Selected in 2012 as a distinguished alumni by the Boston University School of Medicine, and in 2012 UMC Health System named a chair position in his honor. He has conducted several editorials, some which have received national recognition during our COVID process. He was appointed to the Dean of the School of Medicine in 2006. He currently serves as the Executive Vice President for Clinical Affairs, and he's also held positions on our Amarillo campus, Professor of Medicine, and the Merrick Myers Endowed Chair in Geriatric Medicine. We are so fortunate to have Dr. Burke on our team. Thank you, Steve. In addition today, I'd also like to recognize some more of our team members who have been critical in the COVID response across West Texas. They have also served as a resource for all of our universities across our system. And so at this time, would Dr. David Edwards please stand? Dr. Ron Cook, Dr. Jacob Nichols, Nicole Hines, Julie McCauley, and unfortunately, Dr. Victor Tess could not be here with us, who's one of our pulmonologist critical care physicians. And I want to share with you, this team has been phenomenal. Very early on in this process, we pulled this group together as a task force, and they began working with teams of physicians and nurses and clinicians across all 6 of our campuses. And then we also pulled them in to begin providing support for our other universities in the system as well. We're very fortunate to have them here today with us, and we're very grateful for the service to the system and to our university. So please join me in thanking them. And at this time, I'm going to excuse them because, as you know, they are very busy people. So thank y'all so much for coming. And that concludes my introductions.
Thank you, Dr. Spearman. President Lang?
I have no introductions today, sir.
Well, you're keeping it simple for us. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from our Student Government Association presidents. We'll begin with ASU and their student government report from Ms. Kristen Kilpatrick. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. Okay, right here. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Kristen Kilpatrick. I'm honored to be here representing the student body of Angeles State University. So as a brief overview, I'm just going to be going over the State of Student Government Association and our upcoming initiatives for the rest of our term. First, I would like to introduce our 2020-2021 executive team, starting with myself. So I'm serving as president of the student body. Next is Brady Floyd, who's serving as vice president of the student body. He majors in communications and minors in marketing. Next, we have our President Pro Temp, Maddie Wallace, who majors in political science and minors in Russian. Next is Senate Clerk Max Hopp, who majors in animal science and minors in chemistry and biology. Next, we have Emma Duke, who's serving as our Senate parliamentarian, who majors in animal science and biology. And finally, Sydney Allison, our SGA secretary, who majors in political science and minors in Spanish and psychology. So for the State of Student Government Association, during the 91st session, we received 18 pieces of legislation, and so that was all produced by our senators, and they all were producing really great legislation that positively impacted the student body, including our pass-fail bill that advocated for the students to be able to opt into the pass-fail system for the spring semester, which we appreciated. Next, so in our August Board of Regents presentation, we talked about how we wanted to prioritize accurate representation by filling our entire Senate and making sure every department is represented. So since then, we have received 42 applications for Student Government Association since the beginning of the fall semester. We have appointed over 30 students to these seats within the Senate, and we are very pleased to have that changed because whenever Brady and I came into our term in May, we only had 27 active and voting members, so now we have filled our Senate, which we are very proud of. So great. Next, so the Rammies is our award ceremony that we host in conjunction with the Multicultural Center every year in the conclusion of the spring semester to recognize our students and registered student organizations. This year, because of COVID, we were kind of scared that we weren't going to be able to recognize our students that deserve recognition, and with help from the Multicultural Center, we were able to host this in-person event as the first in-person event on our campus in early August, so that was really great. We got to recognize over 71 registered student organizations and several students that make a positive impact on our campus and in our community. Next, Student Government Association created a special committee called ASU Votes, which prioritized voter registration and making sure students are able to go vote during early voting and on the poll day, November 3rd. So we had a 2-week-long event in the University Center, which is our main social hub on campus, where we registered over 400 students contactlessly, which was really awesome. And our senators prioritized their time by making sure that they stood out in the University Center for 2 hours every single day, making sure people registered. So just some pictures. We have a picture from the Rammies, Ram Remembrance, to the right of that, which was held virtually. Brady and I on National Voter Registration Day. A picture from Move-In, which went really flawlessly because of our residence assistants, which are our students. We have Senator Cornyn and President Hawkins visiting us on the first day of school. Our Black Lives Matter peaceful protest that we held on campus. One of our first football games that we got to hold that was really awesome, and students wearing masks. So for our upcoming initiatives, we want to create the Rams Against Drunk Driving Coalition that will work to bring meaningful conversations and programs to our campus because we do identify that as a problem that we see in San Angelo. So we want to have a representative from every student organization so that we can produce meaningful conversation and make sure students understand the consequences and the detriments that come with drunk driving. Next, we want to promote helpful dialogue about mental health within the student body with the help of counseling services by making sure that every student is well equipped to direct someone that is in a mental health crisis to the proper resources, whether that be on campus or off campus. Next, we did create Rams for Rams, which is a COVID-19 task force with graduate assistants in our office and SGA senators. That just means to promote safe practices in reducing the spread of COVID-19. So as someone who is immunocompromised, I was diagnosed with lupus this past year, so I was kind of scared about coming to campus and what that meant for my health and my safety. But I know that with proper safety practices like completing the wellness screening, wearing a mask, social distancing and things like that, I know that the students prioritize taking care of other students. RAM-FAM is something that we always preach about on our campus, and it's something that definitely holds true. And I know that students want to take care of each other and make sure that we're all safe so that we can finish the semester strong. And then finally, accurate representation within the Senate. We only have 9 open seats left, which was really awesome. So we are hoping to get those filled before the conclusion of this semester at Thanksgiving break. So in summary, I went over the State of Student Government Association and the upcoming initiatives we have for the following term. So yeah, that's all. Does anyone have any questions? Awesome. Thank you guys for having us here and putting the students first in all of your conversations. We are very thankful to be able to be here. Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I'd like to commend you for your work on mental health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Texas Tech University SGA President, Ms. Hunter Heck. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this morning. I'm grateful that we finally get to attend in person, socially distanced, of course, but this morning I'll just briefly be covering some of the initiatives the SGA has completed and some that we have ongoing at Texas Tech this semester and year. So to start with, we had our annual Student Government Association retreat in late August. This retreat is very important because, one, it equips our new and continuing members to be prepared to fulfill their duties as members of student government, but also all of our Student Government Association members are required to undergo 2 trainings. The first is a bystander intervention training that also covers Title IX policies. Second, they were required to take a microaggressions and cultural competency training. We are continually committing ourselves to increasing accountability at Texas Tech pertaining to issues like racial justice, and we believe that it begins internally. So this was especially important for us. Next, a couple of updates on the initiatives we have going on. So obviously, cultivating student solidarity around this pandemic has been a priority of ours this year. We were able to distribute over 1,500 customized SGA masks. In addition, we were actually able to work closely with administration the past couple of weeks to implement a policy that would transition all in-person courses to an online platform following Thanksgiving break. We hoped to really gain support from the student body and ensure that this was a smart decision. So last Monday, we sent out a student survey, and in less than 24 hours, we had over 7,200 responses, overwhelmingly in support of this policy. So it really was a wise decision backed by the support of our students. Next, we just completed a fundraiser for the Raider Relief Fund, which exists on campus to assist students in financial crisis. We felt it was important not only to support this by raising funds for the program, but also highlight that this resource is available for our students. I know that COVID has impacted everyone, but most adversely our low-income students, and so we really hoped to increase awareness of this. Next, voter registration. Obviously, this is an election year. We were able to register over 500 students in about 1 week, which is 500 more Texas Tech voices that get to be heard on a national scale in this year's election, which is so important. Leading up to the election, we'll continue to be dispersing information pertaining to how and where to vote, information about candidates, etc., so that our students can be informed voters in this year's election. Next is diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Again, this is probably one of the focal points of our administration this year. As I mentioned, we began internally, but also about a month ago, I compiled and dispersed information pertaining to anti-racism practices to all student organization presidents on our campus, which is about 500 organizations. These recommendations including microaggressions training and how to go about finding these on campus, in addition combating discriminatory practices during recruitment. In addition, we are also working to ensure that all organizations that are funded by Student Government Association, their members, or a certain number of their members, are required to go through these trainings as well. As mentioned last time, we are refining our budget and finance process to better empower our underrepresented, marginalized student organizations on our campus. Next, this one hasn't quite started. I'm actually kicking it off next week. We hope to be partnering with the local bars here in the Lubbock community to provide training for their staff on bystander intervention and sexual assault training so they can intervene before these issues occur. Statistics show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men experience some form of sexual assault during their college experience. So we want to help combat this by working with these local bars. And then finally, basketball season is approaching, and I think all of us are excited about that. We know that the stadium capacity may be limited this year, but we want to make sure that our students still have that same game day experience that we have all learned to love. And so we're hoping to work with the rec center, the dean of students, etc., to have some outdoor watch parties, maybe at Urbanowski Park or something like that. But we're really excited to cheer on both of our basketball teams this year. So that concludes my presentation for today. I'd be so happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you all in this room, on the board, for the work that you do for the Texas Tech University system. Thank you.
Thank you. Dusty, sounds to me like there might be an opportunity to just open those doors and let those outdoor watching parties just happen to go inside the arena. What do you think?
We're trying to use the Texas A&M 25%.
That's my thought. Use that Texas A&M 25% math and fill the arena.
Right.
Who knows? You guys might get a free ride right into the, I didn't suggest that, but Dusty did. Thank you very much. All right, our next presentation is the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, Mr. Marcus Gonzalez. Marcus, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's nice to be here in person with you guys this time around. It's a lot easier to talk to people when you're not on the other side of a screen. So, again, my name is Marcus Gonzalez. I'm the SGA president for the Health Sciences Center. So yeah, I'd just like to give you guys a quick update on what we're doing over at the HSC. So within the last few weeks, we had our elections process go through, and we have 27 new senators as part of the T2HSC SGA. We had our Zoom senator orientation. This is the first time that it's ever been done virtually, and I can say that we did a pretty good job. I don't want to brag on ourselves, but we did a pretty good job. Dr. Rice Spearman spoke with us about leadership and overcoming adversities, which I guess we can all agree 2020 has given us much to think of. And perseverance. That's the most important part, and I wanted our senators to understand that this year, with everything going on, their work's all that much more important, especially as we try to continue to represent students that aren't necessarily on campus. Our SGA Senate began work officially on the 22nd of September, and what we've passed so far are 3 pieces of congratulatory legislation. Of course, we recognize our School of Medicine Dean, Dr. Stephen Burke, for being awarded the Grover E. Murray Professorship. We just like bragging on him quite a bit. Dr. Ganapathy for being a Google Scholar database most cited researcher in the world. Dr. G's, I had him personally last year, one of the best professors I've had, and we're just so lucky to have him over at the HSC. Also, we recognize our Office of Media and Communication for their efforts keeping us informed of CDC best practices during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as being awarded a Gold Award from the .com Awards. So we're really proud of their efforts, and we look forward to continue to work with them as we navigate the rest of this pandemic, however long it'll last. So some goals that are in progress this year. We want to continue to advocate for student health and mental well-being. This is something that we took and ran with last year, and we want to continue that momentum this year. This primarily focuses on our program of assistance for students. Last year, we were able to ask for more funding for this program. Now with the COVID-19 pandemic and distance learning, we feel that there's a good opportunity to expand these services to our students, again, making sure that students aren't being left out because they're not on the Lubbock campus at this time. We also want to continue to address student concerns regarding racial and social justice and equity issues. This is just something that's been a hot button issue lately. We know our students are really impassioned by this topic, and we want to give them a forum to be able to express their concerns. Dr. Rice-Spearman and her team have been really open to having us sit in on conversations, and I can honestly say this year, students have even greater position for change, just because we are on a lot of committees now. So we're really excited about the opportunity, and we're hoping that through those avenues, we're able to continue to address these concerns. We also want to review our SGA Constitution. This hasn't been reviewed in a few years, and the makeup of the HSC has changed quite a bit. We want to make sure that we're incorporating our distance students and our regional campus students as much as possible, and just making sure that they feel as a part of the HSC community, even if they're not on the Lubbock campus. We want to continue to build our student community, again, reaching out to those distance and regional students. And again, because we are all online, this is a little more challenging, but we're hoping to reach out virtually, have virtual events, social events, and we just got to get a little creative, so we're looking forward to that. And then finally, we want to find ways to incorporate the university's new mission of transforming healthcare through innovation and collaboration. I feel that the students are an integral part of making this mission work, and again, in collaboration with the President's Office and different administrators at our institution, we hope to do our part to make sure that the HSC is accomplishing that mission. So how do we hope the students get involved this year? We hope that they continue to reach out to their senators. Again, we're not anticipating a lot of issues because a lot of students aren't on campus, but we hope that these students feel comfortable enough to reach out to their senators, and we want to keep them informed of who their senators are. We want them to communicate directly with our executive team. We have an open door policy as long as we're able to see each other in person, even if it's socially distanced. We want them to know that our office is always there for them. We want them to participate in SGA-sponsored events, even if they are virtual. We hope that they review our past legislation just to see that SGA is actually getting work done. I think this is a good way to keep our senators and our SGA as a whole accountable to our student body. And I encourage students and you guys here to take a look at the legislation that we've passed and just to see the work that our senators are getting done. And lastly, give us feedback. I think that the best way to improve is to hear the criticism, hear the kudos every now and then too. This is the best way for us to improve what we're doing and continue to best serve our student body. And that's all I have for you guys today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. No questions?
Questions,
All right.
Marcus?
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you very
Thank you.
much. Our last SGA report for the day is from the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center in El Paso. Ms. Jessica Tom, the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center El Paso SGA president, was unable to attend today. However, she did send us a pre-recorded video that we're going to play now.
Hello, Texas Tech Regents. My name is Jessica Tom, and I am the Student Government Association President for the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso. I hope you are all doing well. Today, I will be providing the October 2020 report for our campus. In previous years, SGA hosted a welcome luncheon where students could come together and enjoy food, wellness events, and giveaways. However, due to COVID-19, this semester has been reimagined into a mostly virtual one. So, this year in September, SGA hosted a welcome week on Instagram, where we posted trivia questions about our campus's history and gave away prizes to lucky winners who answered correctly. On the last day of the welcome week, we provided free vegan donuts from a local El Paso restaurant, mental health resources, and Gold's Gym vouchers for all students. On September 26th, the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine hosted their White Coat ceremony in our brand new Medical Sciences Building 2. We are proud and grateful to say that all White Coats were sponsored by our generous donors. In addition, students were able to walk up to the podium and provide a few words of gratitude to family, friends, and mentors. In October, SGA is hosting our fall service event, Corazón de Oro, which translates to Heart of Gold. In previous years, this used to be a one-day event where students across campus would volunteer among 10 different local organizations. This year, we reimagined this to be 4 Saturdays of service in a new partnership with the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank. It was extremely important for us to remain steadfast in our commitment to serve our community, especially knowing that COVID-19 has affected many families across El Paso. With 4 days of service, we could volunteer in smaller batches in accordance with social distancing guidelines and increase our community impact over a longer period of time. At the food bank, students distributed food to individuals, the elderly, and families who have difficulty accessing food. On October 9th and October 10th, SGA attended the American Student Government Association's National Summit. As you may remember, we added a new position to our SGA Executive Council this year, our VP of Student Development, geared towards designing and implementing programs to strengthen the leadership skills of our senators and Executive Council. At the ASGA National Summit, we participated in different workshops, seminars, and team building activities. In the next few months, we hope to continue supporting our community by choosing a local organization each month to spotlight and serve. Depending on the needs of that organization, we could send a small group of volunteers to help, or gather campus-wide donations such as blankets, canned goods, and clothing. We will also be hosting a holiday luncheon for all our students to refuel before finals and celebrate the end of the semester. Thank you so much for your time today, and please feel free to reach out to me via email if I can ever be of service. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
If I may, Chairman Huckabee, I just wanted to thank our student government associations for their leadership thus far. They continue to work so tirelessly to represent our student interests and concerns and have faced challenges that no other student body presidents have faced before. And they continue to do so with grace, compassion, and innovation. So thank y'all for sharing your work with us, and we are so very proud of everything that you've done for your students.
Thanks to all of you for those reports. Deputy Chancellor Burris, please facilitate the report on COVID-19.
Good morning, Chairman and Regents. So apparently last time I went a little long, 1 hour and 28 minutes, so I'll keep it to about 1 hour today if you're good with that.
Actually, a lot long.
I'm sorry, please present and facilitate your brief report on COVID-19. I just missed that. It was here, I just missed it.
Well, last time that we spoke at the last board meeting, we went through, in all seriousness, a lot of different processes and procedures and decision trees that all the universities in the system have put together to go through this pandemic. And I will say, I feel like Dr. Ross Spearman recognized her team, but each university has put such an amazing response team together, and we've been able to work through this and work through it together. Currently, we have 236 active cases across our entire system. Texas Tech will continue to do free COVID-19 testing for students and employees through December the 9th. And as you heard earlier, our general academic universities will not be coming back after Thanksgiving, although the residence halls and student services will still continue to operate. And then in January, we will start back up with our mixed modalities of classes, in-person, hybrid, and online. And we'll continue to speak weekly and work through all of our issues as we have them. Overall, our universities are doing well, as can be expected in the pandemic. I don't know if anyone saw the memo that the governor put out this morning that we have a surge in Lubbock, Amarillo, and El Paso, and he is sending resources to help in that surge and help in our hospitals. So I've asked Dr. Ross Spearman and Dr. Lang to kind of speak to the differences in the community and what the governor sent out this morning versus what we're dealing with in our universities and how that affects our communities. So Dr. Ross Spearman.
Thank you, Kendra. As Kendra reported, we are continuing to have very positive results on our campuses, very low numbers as far as transmission among our students while they're in our care. Our challenge is events that are occurring outside of our universities, social events. I think they've been linked to funerals and weddings and social events where food is being served and masks are not being worn consistently. So those are our concerns outside of our campus. We will continue to do our rigorous contact tracing and educate students in the community to see if we can continue to contain the uptick. And that team that you saw here this morning is working very hard around the clock to continue to support our campuses.
I just want to highlight some of the comments that have been made already. The collaborative effort among all our universities is amazing. We meet no less than 3 times a week, Monday mornings, and Wednesday afternoon, at the leadership level and at the, what I'm going to say, boots on the ground level, to keep our students and faculty, our residents, and our staff safe. At our institution, since mid-March, we've had less than 124 cases, less than 5% of the entire campus that has been COVID positive. All but 2 of those cases happen off campus, not on campus. We've had less than 3% of our students be infected. And both Lori and myself, our students can't do hybrid learning. They have to be on the clinical wards taking care of patients. The nurses have to be in the hospital taking care of patients. They're the workforce that we're graduating. So I'm very pleased to say that the collaborative effort and the consistent message to be safe but still provide clinical care and education to our research is getting across to all our universities.
Dr. Mitchell, do you have anything to add on the healthcare side or what the governor has mentioned this morning in his memo?
Yeah, I think that we're at a very dangerous time for COVID because it's been around long enough that it's kind of background noise to a lot of people. But as the governor was mentioning this morning, this is a perfect example of how this thing kind of waxes and wanes. Right now, we're in another surge mode. And we all have to keep in mind that there is not only the academic impact on all of our students, our staff, our faculty, our residents, our fellows, but there's also the economic impact on the university. There's the lifestyle impact for all the students that are being affected by this. And then there's the health impact, both the physical health and the mental health aspect of it, that we have to constantly monitor. And we have teams of people that are doing that. You met a lot of them earlier from the Lubbock campus. But we have these teams at every single campus in the tech system. And the work they're doing right now is incredibly important, particularly when we hear so much about this that if we're not really careful, as I said before, it just becomes kind of background noise to everything else going on.
So that's the update from the healthcare side of it. If there's any questions for Dr. Skuvanek or General Hawkins, I'm sure they'll address those for the undergrad campuses.
So Kendra, the number you gave us, the 200 and something cases, are those active cases on the campus right now?
Yes, sir. That's between faculty, staff, and students, and that's across the whole entire system.
And yesterday, I think the AJ said there'd been 1,900 cases on the campus. Are there currently 1,900 cases, or there's only 200 still going out of the 1,900? Help me get those numbers.
So, Regent Hammonds, that data in the paper referred to Texas Tech University here in Lubbock. We have had cumulatively, since we began tracking data, 1,943. For instance, yesterday we had 19 new student cases, 10 recoveries, 7 employees, 5 recoveries, so 11 new. Right now on campus, we have 148 active cases.
So that number that you heard was
the cumulative number.
Cumulative.
That's the cumulative number, that 1,900.
So out of the 1,900, there's 147 people that are infected right now.
100, yes, sir.
That's
148.
That's a small number out of 40,000.
It's 0.3% of our population.
How many hotel motel rooms are you using right now?
Go ahead.
So we've kept about 500, 480, Noel?
Yes, we kept 400.
And I believe we have less than 50 in isolation?
Correct.
That's 50?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So we have 400 rooms.
I think got up to 480, but we never used them. That's how many rooms we set aside. And based on, we intend to reduce that number?
Are we paying for all those rooms as we speak?
Yes.
Yes. So, Regent Steinmetz, we are going to probably, I think, go to 300 in the spring? We just wanted to make sure we had plenty of space to isolate students. We were trying to be cautious.
Thank you for being prepared.
Well, and I think the results speak for themselves, because when the students first came on campus, we did see the numbers rising. In fact, we had a conversation, did we have enough hotel rooms? And I think the fact that we had them and we were so aggressive in this action is what's driven the numbers down, because the numbers have gone down. I believe this is correct. They've gone down over a 6-week period consistently.
Yes. Every week, we issue a cumulative report. It's gone down for 6 consecutive weeks. But to your point, Chairman Huckabee, at one time, we had up to 600 active cases when we started.
So we had to be fairly aggressive in getting these students separated and things like that, although they tend to go to hotels and not exactly separate. But we do our part. They need to do theirs, and I think they have taken this very seriously, and I think the results speak for themselves in doing that. So thank you for the preparation, because it's mattered. It's a good point, John, but I think we've got to have this capacity to be ready.
Yeah, I'm certainly not criticizing being prepared, but at the same time, hospitality occupancy rates are pretty low, and so you have the ability to be a little bit more flexible than what maybe we thought we would have been in the past. But I'm not criticizing the preparation. It's just
I understand.
Challenging times for everyone. For sure.
And we've been very transparent, and we've got a dashboard, so we're telling the world where we are. We've tried to be very transparent in saying this is where we are and what we're doing. And I applaud our students and our faculty, because they've done their part. We would not be sitting here having this conversation if they have not done their part. So.
And Noel, thanks for using local hotels too.
And so far, every person has recovered?
Yes.
Dr. Russell?
Well, no, so right now, we do have like 148 active cases.
I didn't say that correctly. There have been no fatalities.
No fatalities, and Regent Hammonds, to the best of my knowledge, there has been one student who was hospitalized, but that person also was diagnosed with 2 other related illnesses.
That is correct.
And as far as the faculty and the staff, we had no fatalities there either.
No hospitalizations.
Regent Hammonds, we have had a fatality through managed care for one of our staff members at the Sanchez unit.
We haven't lost any regents, have we?
Well, Kendra, I appreciate you
Not yet.
putting me up in one of your recently used rooms.
You're welcome. It's because I like you so much.
So I do have a question for Dr. Lang and Dr. Spearman. Y'all are on the front lines at our facilities at the hospitals. Are we at a critical state, or is this really just a warning that the cases are going up and we could overwhelm our healthcare system, or are we continuing to manage, and do we believe we're in control of the situation?
I'll speak for El Paso. Obviously, I'll let Dr. Rice Spearman speak for the Lubbock and surrounding areas. We are at a crisis in El Paso, sir, both in terms of capacity, in terms of hospital capacity. We're using rooms in areas that weren't designated originally for the purpose they're being used for now. We have problems with staff. That is, if a staff becomes exposed and gets quarantined, so we're requesting outside help to come provide some of those services as well. We have adequate PPE. We do have, but it's in El Paso. We are at a crisis level right now, sir.
Wow.
How many rooms are there when you say that? You count all your ICU beds and your regular beds, or if you converted some of the regular beds to ICU, or what? Put meaning to that, please.
No, your point's well taken. Only somewhere between about 13 to probably 18% are COVID patients, but we have the other patients as well, people that are still sick and in the ICU. So we have the highest hospital usage we've ever had, total beds, and just COVID and non-COVID as well. We have more COVID patients in the ICU than we've ever had before as well. So it's a combination of both COVID and non-COVID patients.
And are the occupancies rising or is it leveled off?
No, sir, it's continuing to rise because our active cases go up. On average in El Paso, somewhere between 4 and 6% of all COVID positive patients end up being hospitalized. Our previous peak was 4,200 patients. We're now at over 7,000 active cases right now.
So it's still rising?
Yes, sir, it is.
And your positivity rate still high?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, that's
So
disturbing.
we're seeing a very similar situation here in Lubbock. This morning, we are reporting that both of our hospitals are at capacity here, Covenant and University Medical Center. Our challenge right now in our communities are our healthcare providers are now becoming infected. And so our bench is not deep as it used to be. So for example, we've requested through Texas Department of Emergency Medicine for nursing support to come in and help us with some of our facilities. So I would say that we're at a crisis state, and it's important for us to get a control of the number of cases that are continuing to occur.
And when you say capacity, is that all your beds or just the ICU beds or?
No, we're at all beds. We had a backlog of individuals coming in through the emergency room yesterday, trying to get them admitted, processed, and into beds on floors that were appropriate to have COVID patients on that floor.
I would tell you, Regents, that in San Angelo, we are not experiencing that right now, and that's not, I'm not saying that to brag, that's just where we're at right now with the hospital beds as well as ICU. And we'll also tell you on the campus, we only have 29. And that's down from the high of 80 when we had our athletes that were identified. So we're headed back down the other way at Angelo State.
Isn't Amarillo having a similar situation to Lubbock and El Paso?
Yes, Amarillo, their mayor declared code red, which is one of their graded areas, and they're asking Amarillo residents to stay home for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your input on that. I think that's very important to share. We'll now recess the meeting of the Board of Regents in order to conduct committee meetings. The meeting of the board will convene upon adjournment at the last committee meeting of the day. We'll begin with the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. The regents who serve on that committee are Regent Steinmetz, who serves as chair, Regent Carrick, Regent Walker, and Student Regent Walterscheid. Regent Steinmetz, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. Dr. Topliff, would you please begin with item number 1?
Thank you, Chairman Steinmetz. This first item is asking the board to approve a Doctor of Education degree with a major in transformative leadership in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction within the College of Education, and authorize the submission of that program to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, seeking its approval for the program, and then to SACS for its review. Implementation would be scheduled to begin in the spring of 2022. The Doctor of Education in Transformative Leadership would prepare graduates for careers in senior leadership roles, both in school districts, government agencies, and nonprofit organizations, and the private sector. This particular program will be completely online and will require 60 semester credit hours beyond the master's degree, including several research-based courses and leadership courses and a dissertation. The Texas Workforce Commission says that the number of positions in leadership roles will increase by roughly 19%, and that the average number of annual job openings is projected to be approximately 3,000. We have extensively surveyed our current students in our current graduate program in curriculum instruction, which numbers 700, and they are completely online. And we've also surveyed all of Region 15 and their employees. So Table 1 shows the projected student enrollment. We would enroll cohorts of 20 in each year of the program. And so you can see that by year 4, actually by year 3, that number stabilizes at 52 students. In terms of the projected costs, we project $1,315,000 for the first 5 years. The new faculty that are shown in the table are those that are currently instructors in the program that will complete doctoral degrees in programs in years 2 and 3 of the program. Those faculty will then assume tenure track positions and with a concomitant pay increase. The reallocated costs that represent the current faculty that will teach in the doctoral program. Table 3 shows the projected program income for the first 5 years and totals $4.9 million. The bulk of that income comes from tuition and fees and also reallocated faculties. Are there any questions?
Any questions or comments regarding item number 1? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion and a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Topliff, please continue with item number 2.
Thank you. We're seeking approval of the addition of a Doctor of Social Work degree within the Department of Social Work and within the Archer College of Health and Human Services, and again authorizing submission to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board seeking its approval, and then to SACS for its review. Implementation of this program would be scheduled to begin in the fall of 2021. As we've talked about many times, and as Regent Hammond has continued to bring it to us, that social work and mental health is an extremely important area in our world today. The Doctor of Social Work and Clinical Social Work prepares graduates to advance practice in micro, meso, and macro levels, as well as for higher education and leadership opportunities. This program employs a practitioner-scholar model that's designed to train DSW graduates for advanced clinical practice, as opposed to training them for faculty positions. Currently, the Council on Social Work Education says that there are 17 DSW programs in the entire U.S., none of which are in the state of Texas. There are 4 PhD programs in social work in Texas. However, again, those programs accept a total of 25 students per year, and they have a completely different goal in training those people for faculty positions primarily. We project, you can see in Table 1, the projected number of students in the program. We project that at year 3, that will level out at 14 students in the program. Table 2 shows the projected cost of the program, $1,800,000 in the first 5 years. 1 new faculty member in year will be added in the first year of the program, and 1 additional faculty member in the second year. Any increase in the out years represent potential increase in salaries that may or may not occur. Reallocated costs, of course, represent current faculty that will teach in the doctoral program. Table 3 shows the projected program income for the first 5 years and totals $4.2 million. The bulk of that income from tuition and fees and formula funding in years 3, 4, and 5. Social work has a very high multiplier. The multiplier on the formula for social work is 23. So for each semester credit hour that we generate, the formula is multiplied by 23. So that's why it's such a high output program in terms of the revenue. With that, I'd take any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Topliff.
Thank you.
Dr. Gallion, will you begin item number 3, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Item 3 is a request for approval of appointments with tenure. These are 2 faculty members that are being hired after having experience at other institutions. Dr. Tran will be a professor in our Department of Plant and Soil Science. He's part of our group that has been brought in for the Gurry Award along with Dr. Herrera, our National Academy of Science member who heads that group. He has an outstanding record at a research institute, most recently in Japan. The second one is Dr. Dane Webster, who is our new director of the School of Art, and Professor Webster is coming here with previous appointments with tenure at other institutions. So we recommend that both of these be approved for an appointment with tenure.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a request for approval of online delivery of an existing EDD program in our College of Education. This is the Doctor of Education in Instructional Technology. Again, it is an existing program that we have that's approved by the coordinating board and SAC-COC for on-campus delivery of the program. We're requesting approval to add an online delivery modality to this program, which is probably appropriate for an instructional technology degree. But there does seem to be strong student interest in this particular program. There looks like there's a strong workforce component as well, especially given our recent experience with the pandemic. We expect the increased need for people with instructional technology skills is going to become increasingly evident. This is a program in which students would be brought on a cohort basis. They are anticipating 15 students every 2 years. So it's about a 30-student increase over the period of 5 years that's shown in your information. Because it is an existing on-campus program, we have the faculty resources already in place to manage this program, so there's really no additional cost associated with implementing this online delivery mode.
Thank you, Dr. Gallion. Yes, ma'am.
I just had a couple of questions. Was this already in work prior to the pandemic, or was it something you noted during the pandemic that you could do?
I believe it was already in the works before the pandemic, but I guess it was fortuitous that we, to some extent, that not that we have a pandemic, but that it fits well, at least, with probably the increased demand that we'll see as a result of the pandemic.
Are you looking at similar approaches for other degrees, given the lessons learned during the pandemic, where maybe we could reach out to a different student population that previously was unavailable to us by offering online degree?
Great question, and that is one that we are, from an administrative team standpoint, we've started discussions about that. The president challenged us recently to be thinking about what are the opportunities presented because of the things we've learned through the pandemic. So, and certainly online delivery is one of those. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Any other? Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Gallion. Mr. Kramer, please present item number 5.
Thank you. Jump to this next slide. So on behalf of Texas Tech University and the advancement office there, up for approval is the naming of the Excellence in Banking Program Director Endowment for F. Scott Deeser. Chair for Excellence in Banking would be the name on that. In May of 2019, Kickapoo Springs Foundation, Liggett Foundation, and the Stillwater Foundation generously established the endowment with gifts totaling $3.75 million. The donors requested the naming of the endowment in honor of Scott Deeser, who helped also raise $11 million for that project and in support of the Excellence in Banking program. And as most of you know, Scott Deeser has been around Texas Tech. He is a Red Raider through and through. When we think about some of his accomplishments in Abilene, I think it's well known. He just recently received the 2020 Hero Award in that community by the United Way, and then recently also received the 2019 Texas Tech Alumni Association Distinguished Alumni Award. Scott has been very supportive of the university, the Regents, and the foundation. So up for the recommendation for you is to authorize the naming of the Excellence in Banking Program Director Endowment after F. Scott Deeser, Chair in Excellence in Banking.
Questions? Comments?
Can I at least make a comment about this?
Absolutely.
So, one, I think this is incredibly appropriate, and we were talking today when we cut the ribbon at the Dairy Barn about how blessed we are as Texas Tech system to have so many generous donors. And Scott's certainly one of those, but he's a lot more. He has a lot of respect, and he brings a lot of other people to the table to be generous donors as well, and I think we should really value that. He's supported us in many, many ways, and I certainly think this is just very, very appropriate, and I'm excited that we get to do this. I wish it wasn't during this time, because I'd really love for it to be a little more formal, but I do think it's very appropriate that we're doing this.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to echo his comments. Is one thing he didn't say is relentless. He raised $11 million, and not only did he do that, he also gave up one of his own presidents to Mike Malden, who is an incredible leader, to serve in the capacity of director of this department. And I think this institute's going to do amazing things for not just banking, but really rural West Texas and rural banking across not only West Texas and Texas, but the country, as institutions look to find individuals that will serve in communities like this. And so it's with great pleasure to see this done, and I appreciate the work that so many sitting out here did to make this a reality, and certainly Scott Deeser's at the top of it. So with that being said, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second, for our former chairman of the Board of Regents, too.
True. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
All right, the next item up, again, on behalf of Texas Tech University and their advancement operations, is to approve the naming of the Institute of Community Banking and Finance Program, and name that the E.W. and J. David Williams Institute for Community Banking and Finance Program. In October of 2020, Mr. J. David Williams generously committed $3 million to support the Institute of Community Banking. Now, to talk about these two gentlemen, I found a list of at least 100 more accomplishments that this family has done, but J. David Williams served as the chairman of the Lubbock-based Centennial Bank for over 40 years in community banking. He's a graduate of TCU. And also a graduate of the School of Banking at Louisiana State University. His father, E.W. Williams, graduated from SMU in the School of Banking from the South at Louisiana State University, and a longtime distinguished banker. When I look at some of the other accomplishments, although these individuals, their family, are not Texas Tech alumni, they have contributed more to West Texas than you can imagine when you look at the list. They've been doing this since 1927. Their generosity not only extends to what's going on in the Rawls College of Business, but years ago they established an endowment at the HSC for Parkinson's disease research. So this family, although not Red Raiders by degree, are Red Raiders through and through. I know that Regent Griffin, when I told him that we were going to do this, he had some comments that he wanted at least to discuss a little bit about the family and how long they've been in West Texas.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. David is a personal friend of mine, and I've followed that family and their accomplishments throughout, and I just think it speaks volumes when you have graduates of other institutions that choose to make investment where they live. And it's because of not only the geographical location, but the quality of the offering that they're making the investment in, not only in the program, but in the people. And it says a lot about them, but quite frankly, it says a lot about us too. And I think this is a beautiful partnership, and I think is indicative of the quality and I think significance of what they recognize that's going on at Texas Tech.
Thank you, sir. With that, to honor and recognize the contributions, the donor requests the naming to be the E.W. and J. David Williams Institute for Community Banking and Finance Program. Authorizing the name of the Institute of Community Banking and Finance, the E.W. and J. David Williams Institute for Community Banking and Finance Program. So with your approval.
So moved.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Mrs. Harkey, if you would please present item number 6.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 is to request the Board of Regents approval of contracts with the City of Mansfield and the Mansfield Methodist Health System to provide community and financial support funding for the expansion of the TTUHSC traditional BSN program to the Mansfield area. Prior to COVID, Mansfield, the community, and the healthcare system reached out to our School of Nursing to expand our traditional Bachelor of Science in Nursing program to that particular area. And so we've been working on this for probably about 9 months or more. The intent is to start a cohort of 20 students this next fall, and there will be admissions of 20 students in the fall, spring, and summer, and then those students will be graduating in the next year. As you know, we do not have formula funding for the first 2 years of a program, so the community, the City of Mansfield, and the hospital system there are funding the first 2 years of the program, and those are the contracts that are before you because they exceed $1 million, requesting your approval.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments regarding this item as presented?
I do have a quick comment on this. So I was involved in this with the city, and I would like to say this is exactly what I hope we do a lot more of, which is a city stepping up along with the health system and along with the university to kind of come together as a partnership, because they stepped up in a big way financially to make this happen. And I appreciate that they reached out to Texas Tech, and I think they saw that we're doing this in other places and it's unique. What we were talking about yesterday in our retreat about unique private or partnerships in a way to look forward at the future of education, I think this is exactly what we're talking about. I'm really excited. I appreciate all the work. There's a lot of work in fact, when this began, I thought this was an impossible conversation because we simply said, we can't fund this, and the community really stepped up, and the city said, we'll do our best to make this happen. They did, and I think it's a really big deal, so.
Well said.
Hope to see more of it in the future.
Regent Griffin.
John, thank you. Dr. Rice Spearman, is the Methodist health system, and forgive my ignorance, is it at a capacity where we could explore future residency programs coming out of this institution to that institution to expand the footprint?
We would have to work with ACGME to explore that possibility. I will tell you that the lines are becoming more blurry each and every day on residency programs and where they're located in states. Historically, medical schools had a little bit of territory that they would claim as their own, but we're starting to see those lines gray a little bit and folks reaching out. We still want to continue to grow our family medicine programs. We feel like that's what we do very well and better than anyone else in the state. And so we'll be exploring those opportunities.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Yes, sir. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Next up is the Audit Committee. The regents who serve on that committee are Regent Hammonds, who serves as our chair, Regent Carrick, and Regent Womble. Regent Hammonds, please begin the Audit Committee.
The Audit Committee is called to order. Mrs. Turner is approaching the podium. Would you please present item number 1 when you're ready?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm really excited to be able to talk to you today about an initiative that Texas Tech University System Administration began almost a year ago. When Steve Sosland first arrived at the Health Sciences Center and I sat down with him for the very first time, we quickly ended up talking about a subject that's near and dear to both of our hearts, which is leadership. As he was telling me about his work with another institution to institute a values-based culture there, I was really excited about it. And so when Dr. Mitchell and Mr. Sosland began the effort at the Health Sciences Center, I didn't know exactly what that meant. I just knew I wanted to be involved in it in some fashion. I can attest to the difference that ethics and values make in an organization. Many times issues that my office is trying to help an institution address really stem from individuals not holding themselves accountable to their teammates, to their students, patients, supervisors, subordinates, and ultimately to themselves. Teams operating under shared values hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability. And I think about what the work of our office might look like if we all operated that way. So in November of last year, under Dr. Mitchell's leadership, system administration team embarked on a journey to establish a set of shared values for our team. Steve Soslin led us through a 2-day values culture retreat that had almost 100% participation by system administration employees, over 190 people. Let's take a look. That showed you a 1-minute view of a 2-day effort that we shared. You could see flip charts, people everywhere raising their hands, talking, walking around the room. It was very dynamic. It was such an interesting and great process. And out of that came Can you advance the slide, please? Sorry, I'm having trouble. There it is. Out of that came a set of 5 shared values. You can see that these are respect, people first, integrity, exemplary service, and community. Below each value, you see a brief definition of those. Those were also achieved during the Values Culture Retreat, as well as a town hall follow-up that was attended by probably 70-plus people to really hone in on the language that we wanted to hold ourselves accountable to. In addition to these, there are behaviors associated with each value that we can support and that exemplify these values. So, as with many other things, our efforts to incorporate the values into daily life were interrupted by COVID. But this group of ambassadors that you see on the screen, who were each nominated by their respective vice chancellor, and they represent all offices in the system administration, this group continued its work throughout COVID of bringing the values to life around the system and in each of their individual offices. I really want to thank this group so much. They're doing just amazingly great work. We also, from the ambassadors group, really 4 teams formed to tackle the heavy lifting of working on projects and activities to support our values. You see the teams listed here: communications team, engagement team, love our work team, and rewards and recognitions team. And you see the chairs there. The teams have also additional employees working on them that are outside of the ambassadors group in some cases. And so that really has allowed additional people who are passionate about this, like I am, to get involved, and we have great participation. The Values Integration Council is really a good touch point where our team leads meet, keep each other informed of progress, needs, and issues between meetings of our ambassador group. There's a lot of crossover, as you might imagine, between the initiatives that the teams are pursuing, and so this is a great coordination and communication area. A lot of things have been implemented, again, including some that were well underway during COVID. On the screen, a few things that you see. The left-hand side is a nomination form that's available online. So anyone who sees someone who's just really exemplifying these values, you can nominate them for a hero's letter. And I can tell you that one of my auditors received 2 heroes letters, and she was so excited about this. She said, "I'm going to keep these forever." This is what they meant to her. She was so excited, and well-deserved they were. You see in the center, values coins, so challenge coins. So I know some of you are familiar with those. Ted has been handing those out on behalf of the Health Sciences Center, and now Dr. Rice Spearman, I'm sure, is doing the same thing, where really above and beyond behavior and in line with the values is what those challenge coins are for. Really extraordinary efforts. On the right-hand side, you see an example. There's a values website, texastech.edu/values, where you can see this video I just showed you, as well as a longer one where people are talking about the work itself and what the values mean to them. On there, you see wallpapers for computers and phones. That's an example that you see over there on the right. There are Zoom meeting backgrounds. If you're tired of looking like you're on the beach in Hawaii or in a library, you can pick a values background. We have new employee materials that are coming down the line so that on the very first day of work, employees get exposed to our values and start learning about them and getting familiar. We have cards with values branding on it, so you can give a handwritten note to someone of thanks, of congratulations, or maybe even just of hang in there. And one of the most cool initiatives, which came out of our Love Our Work team, was a parent work group that they established early in COVID. You know, we had a lot of parents who were simultaneously trying to do their work from home and teach their kids because their schools were closed. That parent work group provided a lot of really outstanding support for that group of employees. They've continued because obviously some children are still not back in school yet, and so that work group has just done some really good work. There's more things are coming down the line. There was an assessment, a survey done before the values retreat to gather information to inform that effort. Additional surveys are going to be conducted in the future as well, really to gauge employee engagement with the values and how that changes over time. Obviously, we expect that it will, people will feel more ownership and feel more connected as time goes on. There's a field guide. This is HSC's field guide, and there's an effort to develop a field guide for the system administration. It may not be in a printed format. Steve Soslin and a group are working on an app for that, and so provide online information. The app may also provide opportunities for the institutions that have undergone the beginning of their values journey to also participate in that. There will be a voluntary pledge to live the values. We hope every system administration employee will sign that pledge. They'll receive a commemorative pin. I know I've heard Steve Soslin say every morning he puts his pin on, and it's a visible reminder. He looks at himself in the mirror and he says, "This is how I'm going to live this day." And so I just love that. It's such a wonderful thing. We hope we have all of our employees that want to do that. There are storytelling videos that are going to be coming down the line where you can talk about on video, and those will be posted on the website, someone that you see or a group that you see really living those values. And then hopefully by the time you're here for your December board meeting, we will have some new signage up in the building really talking about our values. We're really excited about that. As well, and our communications group has been hard at work. One of the other things that you may see is the very first slide I showed you. You'll see that on all the conference room screens in the whole building, when they're at rest, what you see up there are our values. So that's just been a great addition that our communications team developed. We hope and believe that the impact of our shared values will be long-lasting both inside and outside of Texas Tech. The ripple effects start in small ways. Just this week, someone who applied for a job in my office mentioned the values in their cover letter that accompanied their resume, which we thought was so amazing. Small things lead to big things, and we believe the ripples from our values journey have the potential to outlast each of our individual contributions. That's why values are so important to this place and to me personally. Any questions about this?
Kim?
Yes.
I'll just say one of the things that when people talk about values in an organization, typically it's just a group of words that somebody at the top's put together that are superlatives that could go to any organization about anything. The great thing about approaching it this way is that the values that we hold each other accountable to are built from the ground up with the team. So Kim's done yeoman's work in making sure this thing was launched, not just at system administration, but she participated in the health sciences. Everybody listed out on her slide has been just incredible, and I want to say thank you to her and to everybody for making this a reality.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitchell. That concludes my report.
Are there any questions or comments? And thank you, Kim, for that report. It's inspiring. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Hammonds. Facilities Committee meeting will be our final committee meeting for the day. The regents who serve on that committee are Regent Long, who serves as our chair, Regent Griffin, and Regent Hammonds. Regent Long was unable to attend today, and in his absence, I have asked Regent Griffin to serve as chair. Regent Griffin, please begin with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is called to order. Good morning, Mr. Breedlove. Please begin with item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. So the first item of today is for Texas Tech University. This is the Toggington Theater and Dance Complex. We've talked about it numerous times. Today, we're actually looking for the CMR's GMP to begin construction. So as a reminder, there's the Majan Theater on the left that we'll be working on. On the right is the project site. So to kind of get your bearings straight, the tan roof on the left was phase 1, and then the darker roof inside the yellow is where we're actually going to be doing work. The lower level that you see at the bottom of the yellow will actually be demolished, where we can make a 2-story addition in that area. So floor plan looks like this. The orientation is a little bit different from the slide before. Now we have the basement that's got the trap room, and we'll talk about some of the individual spaces as we move forward, but the trap room, and it's got the orchestra pit, and then the first floor is mainly the theater, some new addition work there, and then the second floor you see on the right. So this is kind of some of the concept renderings we're looking at for the lobby space on the left, and then on the theater space on the right. And then we have on the left the costume shop. This is actually the shop that we'll be moving from Weeks Hall. It's taking up space in Weeks Hall now. We need a place and a home for that. So we'll develop that area for them. And then the Dean Suite on the right, that rendering is going to be actually moved from Holden Hall. So we're trying to get everybody under the same roof and also free up spaces at Holden and Weeks. So the project overview, Mr. Chairman, is project focus is to address and resolve current Majan Theater inadequacies relative to poor acoustics, audience sightlines, production inefficiencies, and overall program needs. This theater was actually built in 1964. They've had a couple of minor remodels, but it's in dire need of renovation. So therefore, the project includes both renovation and new construction. So we're going to demolish 6,800 gross square feet, rebuild 7,700 on the first floor, 8,500 on the second floor, and then renovate almost 20,000 gross square feet of the remaining existing space. So renovations of the existing basement. So we'll talk about the basement. It's got props lab, orchestra pit, and it's also got a trap room underneath the stage, the lighting, storage room, workroom, circulation, services spaces. And then on the first floor, the Majan Theater, obviously the lobby in the back of the house and the main theater. It's got a workroom, projection lab, and paint shop. New construction, metal shop, props lab, backstage crossover for the actors with dressing room and green room, costume lab, that's what we're actually going to be moving over from Weeks. Fitting rooms, dye and laundry room, restrooms, 4 office spaces for staff, second floor for the relocation of the Dean Suite that we're moving from Holden Hall. And then this also, in the rear of the theater, it's got a projection mezzanine area that you can cast different sets onto the stage or even throughout the theater. So that's the back of house projection, lighting technology equipment, teaching lab, storage area, and theater. And then, after we bid this thing out and get our GMP, if we have anything left in the budget, we're going to look at some additional lighting equipment that we're working with the college on. And then there's also some localized stone and masonry restoration and repairs that are needed outside. So, Mr. Chairman, here is the project budget. The additional request is for the $17.7 million, and most of that is in construction dollars for the revised budget number of $20 million. And then the recommendation is to authorize the acceptance of the guaranteed maximum price for construction of the J.T. and Margaret Tonkton College of Visual and Performing Arts Theater and Dance Phase 2 renovation project. Increase the budget by $17.7 million for a $20 million total project budget. The total project budget, including the previously board authorized $2.3 million. Expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts. We had a great donor on this project, Texas Research Incentive Program trip matching funds. Sir, that's the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What is a trap room?
Well, a trap room, I'm not an actor, but a trap room is actually underneath the stage, and you have access from the basement to get under there, and then you'll have a door in the stage that you can actually lift things up onto the stage. How's that? Close?
I don't know, I'm asking.
So it's a basement, but if you call it a trap room, you can charge more.
There you go.
Yeah, true. It lifts onto the stage.
It's hydraulic lifts.
Is it also where the actors disappear, where they just fall through the floor?
Well, I bet they could, yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do with that trap room, but they're enlarging it, making it nicer. And they really have a problem getting equipment in and out onto the stage. So we actually have an elevator that'll go through there also that they can offload and lift up.
Awesome.
Any other questions or comments? Those of you who are familiar with Phase 1 and what Billy and his crew and the staff did there, this is an appropriate response to that. We have a state-of-the-art, I think, performing arts area on Phase 1, and this is going to, I think, partner very well with that to make, I think, what will ultimately be a state-of-the-art facility for our performing arts students and the faculty.
Regent Griffith, if I could add, we're also looking at the theater renovation so as to accommodate some of the needs for performance venues in the School of Music. With that in the Holly Hall, we think we'll be in fairly good shape to address the accreditation issues that we have to have showed progress toward by 2022 in the School of Music.
Right. Good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Ron, and I'll second because of the limited committee structure here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it is approved. Please present item 2.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to stay at Texas Tech University for item number 2, authorize expenditures for the Museum East Wing Addition project. We're wanting to move into design professional stage 2 services. Just as a reminder, we've talked about this project a little bit. Great donor on this project also. The blue box there is just the infill. Right now, it's just a grass area in there surrounded by walls, and it has a door in there to the door, kind of the door to nowhere. So the proposed floor plan. So in the basement is mainly the collection storage, where they will have the Arnold collection, which has over 500 pieces of art. And it's also got areas in there where they can also house other artifacts also. And then the gallery space there, kind of the peach color is on the first floor. Movable walls, great lighting, great entrance in there. It's adaptable for many kinds of different kinds of showcases there. And then on the second floor is kind of the heritage chair and coordinator offices, conference room. It's got some research area up there, computer lab, and some storage. So the scope of services is to execute a design professional stage 2 services, and that's for design development, construction documents, construction administration phases, a statement of probable costs, and a project schedule. So a little bit more on the project overview. So the project will construct about 18,300 gross square feet. The project will include a basement, a first floor, and a second floor, which we've talked a little bit about what goes into those areas. And then we also have some utility work we need to do out there. We've got some chiller upgrade, we've got some direct bury piping that needs to be replaced. Those are some of the needs for Texas Tech for moving forward on their deferred maintenance, so that will also be included in the project. So the additional request, Mr. Chairman, is for $809,000. The majority of that's professional services for a revised budget of a little bit over 1.1. This project has in the design professional portion, it's got some exhibit lighting consultation. It's also got some exhibit experts that are working on the project too. So it's not just a simple architect and MEP engineer. We've got some specialties that we're trying to address in this also. So the recommendation is to approve, recommendation is approve expenditures of $809,000 for a total of $1.1 million for the museum East Wing addition project with an anticipated project budget of $12 million, authorize the DP Stage 2 services. The new authorized expenditure includes the previously board authorized expenditure of $333,000 funded through revenue finance system, repaid with gifts, higher education funds, institutional funds, and TRIP. So that's the recommendation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item 3.
Item number 3 is for the project in Dallas. This is for the HSC, and this is Southwest Professional Building located there. And as a reminder, this is the existing building that was purchased in August of 2019. So I want to show you this picture first, and I want to advance to hopefully where we're going to end up after we get this thing bid out. So going back to where we are now, if you'll look at the bottom part of that, it's kind of hidden in the trees. There's kind of a basket handle stone entranceway into a very small lobby there. It's got the glass in the front. If we have enough money after we bid this thing, we might do some remodel work that look more like Spanish Ren, a little bit more Texas Tech-ish, with the stone surround on the lobby as we come through the building. So that's going to be as an add alternate as we move forward. But you can see the building's taken on a little bit different look. As a reminder, this also is on Forest Park and Stutes in Dallas. The floor plan looks like this. This is the 7th floor, and we'll talk about the individual floors in a minute, but I want you to notice the blue colors that are there. This is where the students are going to be collaborating in the space. We've got classrooms, we've got a student commons area, actually we've got 4 classrooms, and then also notice the stair on the north side of the building. This is a new additional stair, and we're going to talk a little bit why we're having to build that. So the project overview is there's about 63,000 gross square feet, 7-story concrete structure was constructed in the 1980s, I think it was 1986. The building was designated, and this is by the City of Dallas Fire Marshal, as a high-rise classification under the old Uniform Building Code and the current International Building Code. So floors, the basement through the 5th does have parking on it. Floors 4 through 7, they have conditioned occupied spaces, so there's some that have both parking and occupied spaces. So the scope of work, what we're looking at on the building envelope remedies is you can remember back when we first started this project, there were numerous studies done by professional engineering and consulting firms and architectural firms that looked at this building and did analysis on it. Everything from environmental to water mitigation plans to roofing to everything. So on the building envelope remediations, what we're looking at is putting in double pane windows. Right now there's single pane windows in there. With the humidity, it rains inside the building basically on the insides of the windows. So we're looking at high energy efficient windows to put there. We're going to pull back the brick, and we're going to reflash the new windows that are going in there with new weeps. We're going to take a look at the headers that are on there and make sure there's no rust or anything on those. So basically pulling out the windows, putting in a storefront window back in its place, and doing a really nice job of sealing it. Repointing the mortar joints. There's a lot of joints that are eaten up that also allow for water mitigation into the building. And then the color that you saw in that building, we're going to apply a high-performance coating with one of the Texas Tech colors to change the look of that building, but also to seal that building. this budget could never support tearing off all the brick off the building and going back with it. So our design professional is looking into different high-performance coatings to put on that building. So there's also a little bit of site work modifications too. That's going to be because of ADA, some landscaping, and some accessibility issues that face that building. So the project overview, so it's the interior renovations to the 7th floor for the School of Pharmacy and School of Nursing. So addition of one 80-seat TechLink equipped large classroom. TechLink, just to remind you, is it's a video conferencing network. It's used for distance learning, telemedicine, multi-campus meetings. You know, at one time we were talking about different types of platforms and maybe getting away from some of the TechLink because it's very expensive. But with the pandemic, what we're seeing is the value of the TechLink system is really paying off. So these classrooms will be equipped with TechLink. So you got an 80-seat classroom, a 60-seat classroom, you got some faculty and staff offices, adjunct faculty workstations, workroom, break rooms, some student common areas with breakout, which is one of those large blue areas I showed you, a 14-seat conference room, restroom storage support, and then we have some hazardous materials mitigation, and that's mainly some 12 by 12 tile that's in the building that has some asbestos in it that we'll get out. One thing to note, this work will be performed while the building is in service. It's occupied, it's got academic, administrative, and clinical purposes. It's got the Laura Bush Foundation, it's got Parkland in it, so it's going to be pretty tricky. So I want to talk about the fire stair enclosure. This isn't my field of expertise at all. It's more of the architectural firm. So what's happening on this is we're aligning with HSC's master plan that was performed back in August of 2019 to put the classrooms and all on the 7th floor. When we do this, the note says construction of a third stair enclosure from the 7th to grade to provide additional required clear width for life safety means of egress and code compliance. The existing stairs right now, where they're located, the length of travel for students to go, and the width of the stairs. I learned that the stairs are not very wide, so when they're looking at trying to evacuate the amount of people, which is up to 573 people, it's what code's going to allow to get them out of that building, we had to build this other stair. And it's also required due to a change of the occupancy type. We went from a business occupancy to now we have classrooms and assembly. There could be functions up there. The fire marshal wants to go ahead and plan for if you have events in that space too up on those other floors. So anyway, this aligns with the HSC master plan to do all this. So the budget, we've always had a $15.5 million budget. The additional request, the majority of that is for construction of almost $12 million for the revised budget of $15.5. So here's the recommendation. To authorize the acceptance of the guaranteed maximum price for the renovation of the Southwest Professional Building located in Dallas, Texas, to increase the budget by $14 million for a total of $15.5. Report to THECB, amend the CM at risk agreement, and then this is funded with HEF. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you have any comments on the design portion when we load that building with kids and students to get them out of there. It's just a requirement by the fire marshal. So that's a recommendation, sir.
Mr. Breed, with it already being an occupied building, you mentioned, I think you used a technical term, tricky. Does that expand the time frame and the calendar? What would you project the calendar time frame for completion?
This is like an 18-month project. And some of the problems you have is obviously we were going to build scaffolding around this building to replace the windows and to put the high-performance coating on. So Parkland still has a clinic there, and students are still coming in, staff still coming in. It's a very tight area. There's hardly any room on the backside even to build that stair, and it's got apartments and other buildings on the back. Obviously, on a very busy building, very busy intersection, where are you going to park your folks? How are you going to do the work in the front of the building and still allow drop-off for patients? So when I say that, with the scaffolding and with where are you going to put your materials and how are you going to get your materials up on the 7th floor, that's the challenges that are going to take place on this project.
Dr. Ross Spearman, what would your vision, once Mr. Breedlove completes his tasks at hand, what's your vision for this facility?
So currently, the facility is providing resources for the School of Pharmacy and the School of Nursing. We anticipate that we will continue to grow the School of Nursing in this area, especially with the addition of Mansfield. So we're exploring that option as well. The School of Health Professions, through their master's degree in healthcare administration, will also be hosting executive leadership programs through that program that will focus on the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And Regent Griffin, if you've not seen the location of this building, we sit blocks away from Dallas Love Field, adjacent to UT Southwestern, and blocks away from the VA Medical Center where we have students on clinical rotations. Currently, we anticipate our PA students may also be using the facility for testing purposes. So it will be it's an important hub in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for the HSC.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Billy, who's your contractor?
It's Hill and Wilkinson.
Good contractor.
From the area there, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, contractor capable of doing something difficult, so.
Yes, sir. We vetted through quite a few contractors for this project, and we felt they fit the mold of what we were looking for.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Is a high-performance coating the same thing as paint?
Well, it's beefed up. It's like a 30-year product, yes, sir. And it's a silicate-based, water-based, so it sprays on. I think we're going to put 2 to 3 coats on the building itself.
The purpose is primarily to change the color?
Change the color for you, sir, but we're trying to seal that building up. There's a, in those mortar joints and in that brick, it's very porous. And when this building was built back in the 80s, no air barrier or moisture barrier was put on that building in the past, like what you see we do on our buildings now. And so that water moves in and out. As that building breathes, it is pulling and pushing water in and out.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
So this will seal it.
You get 30, 40-mile-an-hour wind-driven rain, it'll go right through some of this brick.
We're going to seal it tight.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments?
You know, when we do, I don't know if we'll dedicate this building, but I think it might be a good job to have the Dallas area senators and legislators invited and encouraged to attend.
We absolutely will, and in fact, here in a few weeks, I'll be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area meeting with the area legislators, and so we'll absolutely include that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, then, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion is approved. Please present item number 4, Mr. Breedlove.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to briefly touch on some projects in our facilities planning report. Just an update on COVID-19, the impact it's had on our projects. We've actually had one more at the USDA cotton classing facility that was reported 2 days ago. So we're at 15 total now on all of our projects under construction since March of 2020, which I think that's pretty good. I think our contractors are doing well with the issues that they're having out there on the project. So still some delays that we have. We're still having trouble with elevators, stainless steel products, some specialty equipment when we're trying to get that ordered. Still waiting on a folding partition for El Paso, AV equipment. So there's a little bit. It has improved some. We still have some folks that don't want to travel much, and so there's still some quarantine. A lot of people are still working from home, so getting people to and from the job site is sometimes an issue. But this is just a brief overview of where we are on COVID. So I want to talk about El Paso and what Dr. Black and Dr. Lang and their team have done in the Dental Learning Center. You can see from this photo one of the simulation piece of equipment that they're using for their School of Dentistry, and then Dr. Black in the top right actually recruiting students. And if you will, I'm just going to read a quick synopsis that Dr. Black gave me on the Dental Learning Center. And this is in the MSB2 project that we just are finishing up on the 3rd floor. So the Dental Learning Center is serving as a vital part of the Hunt School of Dental Medicine. 25,000 square feet of faculty offices, student lockers, student lounge, and the simulation laboratory. The simulation lab is 2,500 square feet of state-of-the-art mannequin simulators, stools, lights, and instruments, all designed to simulate what the student will be doing once they work on a real patient. There are 80 stations, one instructor station, and each station has monitors for digital instruction. There's a dispensary for instrument cassettes, a digital design lab, as well as computer-aided manufacturing lab, and the students are scheduled by curriculum to spend 20 hours a week at their SIM stations, where they'll be monitored by one clinical instructor for every 8 students. And they're opening the doors in July of 2021 for 40 students. And so the recruiting has started. The facility is fabulous. The dental school there has done a wonderful job, but I wanted everyone to see that and see where the progress is, where Dr. Black and his team have gotten. Just a few more pictures there. And in December, I'd like to show you a report on the oral health clinic that's also being built in El Paso that'll go along with this.
And Billy, I had an opportunity to tour that facility last month, and I just wanted to commend you. It is an incredible job that your folks have done there, and the realism of the setup for each individual one. You really feel like you're at the dentist. And those mannequins are a little scary, though.
Yeah.
It was dark.
When they take the teeth and put them in there, yeah. So in a shout out to the facilities folks and Dr. Black's team, who really got in there and did the nitty gritty work of the SIM and the equipment that went in there. They did a fabulous job, so I want to thank them for that. No money has changed on the Dental Learning Center. I want to stay in El Paso. I know that SGA President, Ms. Tom, talked about the white coat ceremony. So this was the first official event in the auditorium, besides some testing, which as I watched the white coat ceremony, Dr. Lane didn't count that as an official event. Testing could not be. But they did the white coat event, and this is a picture of it on the top left, and it's the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine class of 2024 white coat ceremony, and that was held on September 26th. This is the 12th class there at the college, and it's got 116 students in this class. And I watched the ceremony, and it's the first white coat ceremony I'd watched. And I want to say what I heard the students, the way they talked, and the people they are, our future of healthcare is in great hands. And Dr. Lane, I just want to congratulate you and your team on a great ceremony. I know it's challenging during the pandemic to only have so many people in a 400-seat auditorium. You had classroom spaces all over the campus with parents and visitors from all over the nation watching this event from afar. So it was a great ceremony, and I want to congratulate you on that.
Were there any further ramifications, or how did everything get wrapped up or has it been wrapped up in terms of the floor problem that we had?
We are working on that. I think you'll get a briefing today from Eric in exec, but we're actively working on that, yes, sir. We've reached substantial, very close to final, but we've just got a lot of work to do. So this morning, I know the chairman spoke briefly about the dairy barn earlier. We're wrapping this project up, and there was a great ceremony this morning hosted by Texas Tech for the ribbon cut of this facility, but there was a lot of people that couldn't come or see it, and so I'm going to just briefly show you a couple of slides of before and after of the dairy barn. Obviously, the before and after, and I think this is what Dr. Gallion was talking about, this building. I think that's about 1990 when that photo was taken, when you could see the shingles and the holes in the roof and the decking showing, and then the bottom right where we are today. This was the south wing where we talked about the milking parlor. This is where breakfast was served yesterday in the Regent Retreat, and you can see the milking parlor on the left and the divoted floor in the middle that we preserved to keep where the cattle wouldn't slip. And then the last picture up in the hayloft where the meeting took place yesterday. Just before and after is amazing to me to see the way that barn was used in the past and the event space that we have now. It's a beautiful place. And I said it this morning, and I'm going to say it again, that President Skubanek and Dr. Gallion and Noel and Dean Brown and Jane Piercy and Byron Kennedy and Patrick Kramer, all these people kept this place, kept the structure, were committed to making it something special, and they did that. And we were just honored to work on the project, and we thank you, President Skubanek, for that. And Mr. Chairman, that is the end of my report unless someone has any specific questions.
Questions? Anyone, comments? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove, for that report.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Regent Griffin. Meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole in the meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on August 6, 2020?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask the Vice Chairman Lewis to preside over the committee of the whole. Regent Lewis.
The item is consideration of the consent agenda, items A through P. It's listed on pages 1 through 33 of the agenda book, and the information agenda is listed on pages 34 through 40. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agendas? As a reminder, if there's an item that you would like to discuss further in detail or vote on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Any discussion? Chairman, I move the approval of the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
I have a motion from Regent Lewis. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Lewis.
Chairman, that concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Lewis. The board will now continue meeting in open session and consider reports of the standing committees. Regent Steinmetz, please present the items for consideration and action by the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Sure. The Academic and Clinical and Student Affairs Committee met in open session on Friday, October 16, 2020, to consider items 1 through 7 as presented, ACS 1 through ACX 16 of our agenda book. I request all items be considered and approved as a group. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval as the items as committed, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, sir. Regent Hammonds, will you please present items for consideration for action by the Audit Committee?
Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee of the Board met in open session on Friday, October 16, 2020, and considered item 1 as presented on pages A1 through A2 of the agenda book. I request the following report be considered and approved. Item 1, TTUS report on audit. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the item as presented, and I so move.
Do you hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Hammonds.
I'm fumbling. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Hammonds. Regent Griffin, will you please present the items for consideration and action by the Facilities Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee of the Board met in open session on Friday, October 16, 2020, and considered items 1 through 4 as presented on pages F1 through F8 of the agenda book. I request that all items be considered and approved as a group. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Griffin.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, sir. We will continue meeting as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. Keno, will you please present our schedule of meetings for the remainder of 2020 and for 2021 as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The schedule of upcoming meetings has not changed. Our next regular scheduled meeting is going to be on December 10th and 11th as a 2-day meeting. The only note there is that the joint investment meeting has been scheduled to also occur during that time. Another note is that the meeting date for October 2021 has not been set, subject to other scheduling, and we intend to hopefully have that meeting date set during the December meeting on the 10th or the 11th.
Thank you very much. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, and 551.076 of the Texas Government Code. I anticipate that we will be in executive for a couple of hours. When we come out, we'll take any action related to executive session matters, and we will adjourn for the day. So that's the balance of our schedule for the day. Thank you. Regent Lewis, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Chairman, there is one action item resulting from the executive session. The motion is as follows. I move that the board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of property in El Paso as identified in the executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
No action of any kind to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session today.
Thank you, Regent Lewis. Final item of business is announcements. We do not have any announcements except to say thanks to all of you for making the past 2 days very successful. Appreciate all the work that you are doing. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.